state had rested their case. So today we're going to start with Donna Adelson's witnesses. Now, before we start that, the defense is going to make an argument to the judge, essentially saying that the state doesn't have enough evidence against Donna Adelson and that we should just dismiss the case right now. So we're going to listen to those arguments, and I've already heard a little tiny portion of what Mr. Zellman said, and essentially, he's going to really minimize Donna's role in the conspiracy to murder Dan Markel, probably blame it on Charlie, maybe blame it on Wendy like they were doing earlier, and essentially tell the judge that Mrs. Adelson has had nothing to do with this. There's not enough evidence against her, and so we shouldn't move on with the rest of the trial. But it seems like Donna Adelson's witnesses are testifying, so the judge probably doesn't buy it. Now, I don't know when Donna Adelson's going to testify, because I've had heard that she is planning on testifying, and we did hear it throughout the trial. I think it was mentioned between the conversations between the judge and the defense team. So I don't know what witnesses are going to be calling today, but we're going to start off with one of maybe like Donna's friend, and then we'll see where it goes on from there, guys. All right, let's do this. Day 7 of trial. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you guys haven't already watched, we've done recaps on this trial. So in case you guys missed like day 1 through, day 6, those have been recapped for you guys. Just in case for you guys, if you guys missed any of the days or you just want to be like caught up to speed to some of the stuff, we have the recaps. Check it out. All right, guys, let's jump into this. They did some sidebars or not sidebars, but like there was like a sidebar that I saw that was really long, and then they're waiting for the jury to come in. So I think it'll be pretty easy for us to like, catch up today. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Is it Sweet Beck? Maybe your recaps have been amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Very time consuming, but I do enjoy the recaps because this trial has been very, very interesting. All right, y'all, let's do this. So Donna Adelson is here this morning. Zellman's going to be giving the argument, and let's get started. I know there's too much information for me to process. And what literally happens is sometimes when you're watching a trial, I don't know, if it's like 7 hours long, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. And especially with the wiretap day. The wiretap day, I think a lot of people found it to be very boring, but if you're like actively listening and like taking notes, you're like, wow, this is actually pretty interesting because everyone's falling apart. And it's funny to see it happen recorded, to see all the things happening in the backstory. All right, y'all, let's listen to this.
Was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBenowa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by enough.
Oh, okay, hold on. Mr. Zellman, hold up, Mr. Zellman. Let's try this again. We might need to go to court TV, actually, because did they cut off in the beginning?
The indictment required that the state present evidence that Mrs. Adelson intended for Mrs.
Let me see if I can find a court TV feed, because it seems like the beginning may have been cut off. Court TV. Let's get started. Yes, let's get started indeed. All right, court TV. When does your feed start?
Principal instruction requires that in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial, that there is competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime. Specifically that she intended the crime to occur, and I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA.
Yes, Mufasa, yes. So after the state has presented their case, the defense typically will make an argument to the judge saying that, there's not enough to really move forward for the jury to decide to prosecute, to convict Donna Adelson. And so they're going to try to minimize Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel.
Focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th, 2014. And the site for Ms. Williams' case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so, in the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects.
Because this is first-degree murder, so it has to be like she planned it, there's premeditation, she intended for Dan Markel to die, she was involved with everything afterwards.
Daniel Markel was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBanoa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee.
And who solicited Catherine McBanoa?
Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendy lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markel with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacoste, Wendy Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both of those trips, Mr. Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Catherine McBanoa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson. And
Mr. Judge, thank you so much for interjecting. I wasn't sure if the judge was just going to let the defense make their argument and then not say anything until the very end, but thank you. And that is something that the jury saw directly in the wiretaps. Donna to Charlie, Charlie to Katie, Katie to Sigfredo. We saw it in the wiretaps over and over again. It wasn't just one phone call. It was multiple phone calls where it would just go back and forth. And like Sarah Dugan said, it would go from back to forth and then forth to back, like it was as like a train. One train touches the train in front of them and the one behind them, but it doesn't touch the train that's like in the very front, right? The caboose doesn't touch the train that's driving at the rest of the train.
chain of communications, I believe.
Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe.
But Donna Adelson and Harvey were running the Adelson Dental Institute, which the state has brought up that they gave cash discounts. They also had an employee that testified about the cash discounts as well. So you can, if you're a jury, you can reasonably believe that the Adelsons, Donna, Harvey, also kept large stacks of cash somewhere.
Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of the statement made by Wendy Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendy Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before
What?
Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman.
Donna didn't. There's no evidence that Donna knew that Wendy could leave Tallahassee, something happened to Dan Markel. What do you mean? Donna was controlling Wendy. Donna would just tell Wendy to leave.
In the summer of 2013, after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markel was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Catherine McBanoa was there. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Catherine McBanoa went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence, the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia.
I do remember Katie saying that, though. I just don't remember when. Or was it the state's characterization that Katie said that? Is she sleeping? You know what? I think it's just an unfortunate camera angle. It does look like Attorney Jackie is sleeping right now. I think she's awake though. I think I think she's awake. She's thinking right now. She's processing all of this. She does look like she's snoozing off a little bit.
Testified that when she got the money back later that day, and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk, she then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear. She said, a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was wet. She did not say that she did.
Oh, he's talking about this trial's testimony. Okay, gotcha. Because I think Catherine McBanois testified in a different trial that it was the night that she went over to Charlie's house that Charlie told her that, oh, my parents just dropped off the money. But then it was in this trial the next day whenever it was that she touched the money, she was like, oh, why is it wet? And then he told her that Donna like washed the money or something like that. I don't know. It's a lot of trials. I'm getting it all mixed up, but I think that's what happened. Good morning, guys. How is everyone doing today? I hope you guys had a good weekend. Hello.
After Mr. Markello was murdered, Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markello was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markello was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McBanois at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner.
Wait, okay, now we're just blaming everyone, right? After Dan was murdered, blame Wendy for the name change. After Dan was murdered, blame the attorney for not talking to the cops. After Dan was murdered, blame Charlie for what now? For the checks, I guess?
She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together.
Okay.
Her testimony was pretty clear. She said, a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was wet. She did not say that she did.
Okay. All right.
To the cops. After Mr. Markello was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McBanois at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markello was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew. After Mr. Markello was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of inferences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markello. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markello treated Wendy. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendy and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not met its burden?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Please do.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markello aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony, no one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markello treated Wendy. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, wow. The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer for relief in that grandmother motion, it was not to prevent Donna Adelson from spending time with the boys. It was to spend, or unsupervised, it was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal. Not to prohibit any unsupervised contact.
But would you believe that Donna would be happy with that? That all of a sudden she goes from unsupervised time with her grandchildren, and then because of Dan Markel, she now has to be supervised when she's with the grandchildren. So I wouldn't imagine a person like Donna would be very happy with that, especially with the type of emails that we saw her writing, the text messages. She was unhappy with Dan Markel.
So even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable to the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor,
Hey, Karen, on my end, it shows that my audio is pretty loud. Maybe it's your audio. Maybe you could try turning up to see if it's louder for you.
But the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks. She paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reporter to read it if need be, but go ahead. Please.
What she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something? I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principle of first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody's treating their daughter is not the same as asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that, I know that the state's argument or belief is that the birthday gift is a murder. The birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was the party and the caterer. You have to make an inference, top of another inference, that the birthday gift was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to the murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count one.
It's got to be really hard for the jury, though, to ignore. After when Donna got the bump letter, she calls up her son, Charlie. And even though she's trying to be vague and talk in code, she says, it probably has to do with the two of us. Okay. And then she says, the TV is probably about $5,000 was how much she was being blackmailed for. How does the jury ignore that?
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Yeesh.
So in addition to any circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. Williams, you had the co-conspirator testifying directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't involved in the execution. All of those, the after the fact things, yes, it might be relevant to consciousness of guilt. However, it doesn't overcome the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger gun.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step, that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did.
Oh, okay. So maybe they're conceding that she did drop off money, but Charlie was just telling her to just drop it off and she didn't know what it was for. Okay. All right. It's $100,000. All right.
As a result, Your Honor, we're asking the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
Is she also going to say that Charlie told her to wash the money literally too?
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendy and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare, to the gym the day of the murder, and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate.
2014 planner.
We also heard from Catherine McBanois. She said that Charles Adelson.
If it was found in her, maybe she had like a book of, where she just kept like social security numbers, important dates and stuff like that. And we don't know when that was written, then maybe it's like, okay, maybe she needed like Dan's like license plate number for like insurance purposes or something like that. Or who knows, right? But this was like in 2014, the year that Dan Markel was murdered. And by 2014, Dan and Wendy were separated and she hated Dan. Really weird that she would write that in there.
And said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that McBanois found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI, and when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened, it's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe, and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson, and we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Catherine McBanois were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder. And she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes. And she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us, and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence. And the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendy's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendy about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone. They don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with McBanois' testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Ms. Diggins, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
the state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Ms. Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no, she said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Ms. Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Ms. Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial.
In her own handwriting.
We also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have texts between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016, where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text message.
That's a huge red flag that I didn't know about. So Garcia was arrested, one of the hitmen, and then Charlie's is texting his mom saying that, like, hey, my attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney. Why? To make sure that things go smoothly, to make sure they don't try to out you, to make sure that they don't try to out Katie? Are you trying to take care of them?
Messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. The legal standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, the defendant admits the facts and evidence in every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the indictment, does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just one.
Sorry, Donna. Trial continues. Call your witnesses up. How's everyone doing today? You guys have a good weekend?
There was an issue that Your Honor raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can approach to address that.
You may.
Okay, so I think he talks to counsel for quite some time. Oh, here's Harvey. Harvey's here. Hey, Harvey. Markels are coming in. All right, let's get the jury in here. So trial continues. Donna's going to call her first witness of the day.
Adjust the microphone as you need.
Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone can hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you could, tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, ANNE ELIZABETH, Cunningham, CUNNINGHAM, Ingham.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay, so you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
I don't know if the defense gave their witness list to the media, maybe. I haven't seen anything about it, but I'm sure the state has it. I haven't heard any mention of who was testifying. I only heard about, I guess, this witness. Zellman said there was a witness testifying from the West Coast, and that's the first person they were going to call. I thought maybe they were going to call Donna first.
Teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Ms. Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me.
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey,
Okay.
and Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay. And what is his name?
Ronald Guterson.
Okay. And so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay. And when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay. All right. Very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay. And then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay. And from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay. And when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right. And was that
I feel like I remember hearing Donna Adelson mention an Ann or Annie on that phone call where she thought she hung up. But I don't know if it's the same person.
closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay. Socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years?
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay.
Is she going to testify that Donna was really upset over Dan Markel's murder, maybe, and that she was with Donna that night when she thought she dropped a phone call with Charlie? No, I don't think she was there, actually. I'm sorry. I don't recognize her name being there.
I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying. And I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And
try.
I have a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point you got your home then in Naples, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, but still continue to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met two of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendy
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendy, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay. And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Objection, relevance, and for Your Honor.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Remember the defense's opening statement? She said that Donna was a kind, caring, loving person, selfless, meaning she put others first. Ooh, long sidebar. Very long
Objection is
sidebar.
Ruled on for 4 grounds as to the relevance. Let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never.
Is she aggressive towards others?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
Never.
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendy was going through her divorce.
Yes.
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markel was killed, you're aware that he was murdered?
Yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markel killed?
Never.
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
Never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never.
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about
Never.
it? Okay.
I'm glad that George is not sleeping on the objections because I felt like the defense, I don't know, they weren't objecting as much. But George is like, nope, I am on it.
Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
Very.
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes.
Okay. There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
Yes.
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry?
Home phones, like landlines?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
Many times.
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
Many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes.
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose
Did you go to Vietnam with Donna Adelson by any chance?
of using those?
Did she have a habit of buying one-way tickets?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you? When are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
Okay.
Y'all didn't.
I want to talk to you, I'll lead you forward to the date that Danny Markell was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Do not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Please continue.
May we
Yes,
approach,
sir.
please?
Please approach.
Let me say this. It's hard. It's hard to avoid hearsay. Ooh, another long sidebar. Oh boy. All right, let's go.
Talk about what she might have. Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay.
Okay,
So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay.
Because she did not know who had shot him.
Okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to...
If you didn't want your best friend to know, close friends to know, don't you kind of have to act this way though? Because at some point your best friend or a close friend's going to be like, oh, wait, hold on a second. I heard that your former son-in-law was shot. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you call me? I don't think it's weird that she called the best friend.
To see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward.
Yes,
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
Yes, I was.
In the case. Okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
it was, no.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course, it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Objection, hearsay.
Stay.
at some point did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples?
Yes, I did.
For the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes,
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
yes,
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
yes.
Okay.
I don't know if she was going to testify and say that Donna was with me the entire time. She didn't watch Charlie's trial. Like, are we going to ask that question? Where
Were
are we
you
going?
aware that, well, you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
yes,
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
yes.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where, after the verdict, that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes,
Okay. And did she discuss with you that she had planned?
Objection, hearsay.
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning this?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay?
She was very concerned about Harvey,
Okay?
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay?
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes,
that?
yes.
Okay. All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Objection, hearsay.
Please approach.
On the long sidebar? And Harvey. How do we think Harvey's feeling? Do you think Harvey thinks that Donna has a good chance? Or you think Harvey's got to like, oh, Donna, you might be done for. All right, so lots of
Jury,
objections.
We are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
I think that was the third objection so far for hearsay, but we had some long sidebars.
Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes, sir.
Are they going to continue to talk without jury being there, maybe?
Everyone can be seated. We'll resume with the testimony. We'll try to at least within the next 5 minutes. That should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
All right, how long are they gone for? More than 5 minutes. Wow. Goodness, good thing we didn't watch this live, y'all. That's a long sidebar. Sidebar and then long conversation with the defense and their team. All right. Mini break.
Everyone can be seated. The objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness as to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes,
Was she upset about that?
yes,
Was she crying?
yes,
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes,
Okay, and what was that?
she was considering taking her own life.
Okay. And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but
Wait, give me 1 second.
did she appear to be distraught speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes,
Was she upset about that?
yes,
Was she crying?
yes,
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state,
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. I wasn't sure if it was just a communication between her and Donna or if she was there during the phone call recording thing. Okay.
did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that?
she was considering taking her own life.
Okay. And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes,
Okay.
Hey, Scott.
You have just one moment? Thank you.
Jackie, we had like a 25-minute little mini break. Where you going, Jackie?
Just one last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes,
Was she excited about attending?
very.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
She was so excited and it was so important to her that she just forgot to buy a round trip ticket.
Cross-examination.
Now, are you familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
Yeah, I was wondering if Jordan was going to ask that.
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No, she was
she-
always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her after Charlie's verdict?
Yes,
Okay.
Here we go.
You were best friends with her.
yes,
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten
I don't recall. Oh, a little less strong of an answer. I don't recall.
or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong-arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call, I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips, I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
she didn't know what, are you talking about? Yeah, I guess, I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
I'm confusing that with the bump, I believe, that Charlie was being extorted. by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when
It's starting to get a little convoluted, ain't it? It's tough, Ann. It's tough.
the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last 4 digits if you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it
What?
refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
Yes, it's a long time ago.
Okay. An approach. Show you those. I'm gonna just
We
write
wouldn't
your
discuss
attention to
Charlie's trial while it was
you
happening?
here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You recall that, thank you.
You can show that's the same message.
Your best friend's son is on trial for murder, and y'all were just hanging out, drinking mimosas and shit? I find that very hard to believe.
You're referring to.
Your friend during the trial of her. So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
yes,
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay. And you, in fact, said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent.
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markell. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
Okay. And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying,
Didn't she just say that she didn't really watch the trial? She'd only watched towards the end? So I guess just believed your friends over the trial stuff. You don't like the vibes of Donna's friend. Donna's friend is giving the vibe of, I will say whatever it takes to keep my friend out of this. You know how some people testify and it feels like they're telling the truth because sometimes they'll drop some dirt on their friend, or sometimes, they'll be like, yeah, I don't believe she did it. But with her, it's just, the vibe is just yes man type of, yeah, a little bit of a yes man vibe, I guess.
to go to Vietnam to clear her head. She was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes?
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No.
She didn't say that statement to you.
She was, when Donna said she was hoping to make it out on time, the friend took it as, oh, she was just hoping the plane would leave on time. Oh, the jury could not be buying this at all.
I don't recall really.
Okay.
Oy, oy, oy.
Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Please show the phone.
That's the bottom message.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
Good morning,
You
moon
offered to
dog.
come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
So she didn't watch Charlie's trial. She watched towards the end. She's texted saying, I know you're
What does
innocent.
your husband
And she thought that Charlie's verdict was wrong.
do or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner,
Is that Mr. Guterson?
yes.
What type of work does he do or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Okay. Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
I know, Crosby. East Coast hours, man.
To make sure I understand your testimony correctly, Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted?
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-ex.
Wait, isn't that bad though? That Donna never told her that Donna was being extorted? This has to be confusing the jury right now.
extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No,
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal?
Witness number
Will this
2.
witness be recalled by the defense?
No, Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't.
You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
Our defense, the next witness would be Ron Guterson.
So the next witness is the partner of witness number 1.
Take your seat.
The one with the
Please
broken
speak
tooth
loudly
at the
and clearly
Chinese
so the jurors
restaurant.
can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Guterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in...
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny.
Is Harvey going to testify? I would think not.
I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami.
He wouldn't want to be cross-examined. And it'd be tough anyways because a lot of the communication between him and his wife is protected. So I wouldn't really see any point in him testifying.
Christmas Eve, everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist.
Wait a second. Why hasn't she been attending the trial? Does she not want to listen to the state's portion of the evidence? Where were you, best friend?
He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day, and we reconnected, and we became friendly, and then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together, and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and
a very
Harvey?
loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son, Charlie, was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall. like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes, Annie had a place in Aventura.
Okay. And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
At some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place. We're snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters, and they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there.
The
And they
bloggers.
availed themselves
Hey, Richie.
of this opportunity.
There's spousal privilege. So communication between a husband and wife, that's intended to be like confidential and not let anyone know. It's privilege. However, there are exceptions to that.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they would.
But I remember when I was reading about this a while back in Florida, because was it for a different case? I think it was for a different case. One of the exceptions, though, was a little bit confusing, and I couldn't find more clarity on it. It was like one of the exceptions that confused me was when if you're charged as like a co-conspirator or something like that. I don't know, because I feel like I remember seeing that.
Distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Oh, Donna, look at Donna.
Now, I want to back up a little
pulling it
bit. Can
out.
you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division,
And when was that?
approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction,
At least Donna's best friend followed through on memorizing and regurgitating the script Donna had made for her. Defense should ask her if she got any veneers recently and how much she paid for it.
did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes,
Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
it was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
So it was a temporary move?
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were
I was aware they were going to return.
under any set of circumstances would they not have returned?
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but the text messages show otherwise. Text messages, the planning. I don't think you can fault the jury.
Mr. Guterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
In what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number, and I was asked to do Harvey a favor, that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you, clear to Jared, that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor.
Circumstances, they were going to make every. You said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes,
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that might
Yes.
prevent them
And
from
by the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right, but might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come back.
might. You'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she
You
said.
mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages?
Can't say why, but we need you guys to come here. Yeah, for moral support. But she said she can't say why.
Percent. Were you in New York?
Best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but
Man, his tone has changed so much. Remember this guy when he was under direct examination in the very beginning and he was all smiley talking about like the teeth and stuff like that or the broken tooth? Now is a completely different demeanor. Sir, you should have just kept up the act.
was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down.
My
to Florida to
services
do
may be
some
needed as a friend to assist.
help. Right.
And stop cutting off Georgia. It makes you look really bad. Just let her finish talking.
And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I don't know. That's good for the jury to hear. That's what friends are for. What else are friends for, sir?
Correct?
No question, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Gutterson released from trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall?
Yeah, he came off as like really like, oh, maybe a little bit sweet and smiley in the beginning. And then, damn, like that demeanor changed real quick.
Have a good day, Mr. Gutterson. You are released. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Kelsey Gwine. We might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
It's fine.
Like, I get it when you're in a cross-examination and it's really brutal and it drags out. And then at some point, yeah, you do have your moments where you want to like, clap back at the state. But that cross-examination was really short and he was already seeming to be impatient in the very beginning.
Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will at that time hear from the next witness.
Yeah, for more support. I mean, that's what friends are for. Jeez. Sir. All right, little mini short break, and we have witness number 3, y'all.
So we're going to be seated. Ms. Boyd, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who do we
Morning.
have?
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Gway, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by
Kelsey, spell your last name.
Roloff Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure, so starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns, so things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help an active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab, where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location?
She's cute. She kind of reminds me of maybe like a young Jennifer Aniston in Horrible Bosses. Remember? You guys ever watch Horrible Bosses? Jennifer Aniston looks great as a brunette. I like her as a brunette.
Information.
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things, digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location
But it could just be like the brunette and the blue eyes, maybe.
information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say, close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have, 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say probably half of the records I've reviewed.
Oh, I didn't even notice her laptop. Yeah, she's got the RGB going on.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in
She could be a gamer. She's legit.
digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least
What emblem is that? Asus? ROG? I don't know.
one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wish to voir dire the witness
All right.
as to her training or
Digital
experience.
forensics. Let's go,
Is there an
guys.
objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics? Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gweik, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. And specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data just so that I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records. So that's where I kept most of my focus was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data. So essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods, some of them duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records, so there's a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct, from like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing.
Hey, Diane. Yes, Diane, this is already the defense case. It is day one of the defense case. The defense said they were going to take probably about, 3 to 5 days to present their case, I think?
Testimony
3 to 4
from this
days?
trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided, the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson
I was.
and Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
Okay.
Oops.
What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides, so I kind of went through it slide by slide, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
Can you pull it up, please?
Yay, we love visuals.
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. in this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the record started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information, and in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
I mean, it's important for different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds in 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So different
So more thorough, more accurate time.
reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain when you, or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial, but this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. So there are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can. So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does the software, does Excel know how to separate that those 3?
I'm going to speed through this a little bit because I think she's just going to explain like the folder, the layout, the Excel stuff. When she gets to the meat of it, I'll slow it down.
Lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC, and if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in summer, so I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion, so that I can make sure that because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
Okay. And then you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do a similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well.
And I believe the next slide is that frequency chart?
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
Can you show the jury that, please?
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay. So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows,
I wish we could see what she's looking at. It's hard to just listen to someone without visuals.
we're looking at rows 1 through 9, and this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple of things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best of getting any.
On line 6, what does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially, when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time. which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call. The elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have, quote unquote, connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on. Terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier, and then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. I mean, that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right, and make calls on the AT&T network. We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature,
I think she's maybe just naturally a bubbly person.
this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super
Honestly, I'd rather listen to her, especially when it comes to technical stuff, rather than someone that's like monotone and just like seems very uninterested.
familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CFNA, which is call forwarding, it wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay, and what does the subsequent two lines indicate?
So the next two lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times,
Nothing beats the handwriting. I swear she was going full Eminem on the stand.
the thing I notice is that for those following two service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have come into her phone and gone to voicemail. And those second two with the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So as a human, I can see that these three lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide. What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
Okay.
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
Oh, okay. I think I remember why she's here. So I think she's going to show that her and Charlie typically do call each other a lot, maybe. And then maybe during the time of after the bump or during the time of like Dan Markel's murders, the frequency of phone calls were pretty consistent to how they normally talk, maybe. I think that's where we're going.
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail or if it actually there was an elapsed time of let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014.
And I think we saw a preview of this in the defense's cross of Corbett. I think defense was trying to push and say that there were redundancies. Was it through Corbett or was it through the other guy? That there could have been redundancies and that it may have seemed like it was 417 unique communications, but really there were a lot less or something.
14. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case.
Do I think she's going to testify about Donna's location on the night the money was delivered? I don't think so. I'm trying to think of, because I think the defense did agree with the state of Donna's movements, but they're just trying to say that, well, Donna didn't go to Charlie's house. Donna could have just drove by Charlie's house. Donna could have just taken this route because of traffic or construction or something like that. I don't know if they were going to fight about the cell location. Actually, you know what? Hold on. No, there was a cell tower argument that if one cell tower was overloaded, is it possible that Donna's phone, instead of connecting the closest cell tower, it could have connected to one that was closer to Charlie? So not necessarily her being near Charlie's location, but she was forced to connect to Charlie's location. Maybe that's an argument right there, because she did talk about how her work history includes call detail records, cell site location stuff, location frequency, and then mapping out patterns of life. So maybe she'll get into that as well. Yeah, possibly.
I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20. And that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did. And the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
What did you do did you try to recreate this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
I did try to recreate it by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described?
What number did you come up with?
And what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I said that three for potentially one event, did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got maybe 383 unique call events. And that was, again, taking out the overlapping dates. The second.
Okay, so initial number was 417. She got to 383. I mean, I guess that's still a lot though. Almost 40 calls less.
Step I did was I thought, well, maybe the tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were. Did you do anything to determine whether or not these events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine whether or not there were actual communications versus actual or attempted?
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
Wait, so I'm confused. What's her real number? Is it 383 or 393? She said she got 383, but then when she did not take out the extra dates, it was 393. I'm a little confused here.
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's, to me, the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds, could the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be, you answer but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it, but I like to see, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
Now, when reviewing specific to this, to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If we could advance to that, please.
So this is slide 28.
Okay, and according to this, what was the time period of this chart?
So this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number, and the date range that was used to generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014. Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range, and I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80 when I just look at the totality of the data. Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contains data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document, I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, like, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line, and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event. So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, in the first report from May 2nd to July 20th, law enforcement came up with 417. The difference in her number was like 24 to 34 less. And then for the second recreation, I guess law enforcement came up with 80, and she got 11 less calls during the time period of July 23rd to July 22nd. It's like, okay, it's like not a huge number in my opinion, but I guess, I don't know. I guess she can look at other time periods, but I don't know if she even has access to that. Well, I guess the defense can give it to her because, this is their expert. I guess she'll look at other time periods between Donna and Charlie, maybe like historically within the past, 12 months in 2014 and 12 months in 2012, or what was the other time frame? Oh, it's all in 2014. Okay, so this is like way after, 2014. Okay, this is around when Dan Markell was getting murdered. I guess she'll look at it historically and just show that this is very typical of them to be calling this much, maybe. I don't know if the number was like half or like way, I don't know. The difference was like way more, I think maybe, but I'm like, okay, it's less.
Now, in
We'll
addition
see.
to this data, and I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so slides, please.
Would you like me to unplug it?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014?
Oh, here we go.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the records for July 18th that are available in the AT&T document.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell
Yeah, vocal fry is a little bit tough to listen to. I think initially, but I kind of got used to it, so I'm okay with it now.
site, what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Adelson's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement,
All right, we're going to speed through this until he gets to the meat of it.
did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
This is what I was mentioning earlier.
Provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014.
No.
With those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
So Zellman is saying, or, trying to allude that, well, if Donna went over Charlie's house, then wouldn't Donna's phone connect to the same cell site tower as Charlie's? All right, Georgia. How are we going to handle this?
Disagree with any of the mapping of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Martell's murder. Do you remember that?
All right, give me a second here. Cross-examination of Kelsey Guay. Wonder what last name is that? It's an interesting last name.
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
All right, so she said, do you
On
disagree?
the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Martell's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with, on the following slide, that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 10:53, thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay, so for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct. There is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud.
She does. How do you fight against that?
Correct.
Where she says outside your house.
Correct. That's the contents.
Okay.
Ay, ay, ay.
When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, were there
But the defense said that Donna wasn't outside Charlie's house.
was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so
Do you have them with you?
the original documents I do.
Laptop? Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm going to check this on scope direct.
Please approach.
So Annie Cunningham was the first witness. Okay, long sidebar, we think?
You will do so.
The objection is overruled.
I'm pulling up your call detail records for Donna Adelson.
Of course.
Oh boy, I would hate to have to do work on the spot like this. It makes me nervous.
And I'll give you time to load. I can ask.
Dugan, please. Today I'm watching. Concerning this matter.
Say 845 being the area code.
Yes.
Okay. That's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my the 18th of the.
Okay, Donna and Annie Cunningham. July 18.
And to reiterate, it started with 845, correct?
Yeah, pretty sure it's already good.
Yeah. Records for the evening of the 18th, and I do not see a call to that number.
Okay. And that would be like in the afternoon, evening, or night that night of July 18th, 2014.
So starting,
Wait a second. Oh no, she says she does not see a call to that number. So when Andy Cunningham was testifying this morning, she said that when the day that Dan Markel was murdered, again on July, wait, hold on a second. Is it the same date? Hold on, let me see what's going first.
Noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th. I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency report.
Okay, so I think that's where the state was going. Annie testified earlier that the day that Dan Markel was shot, she said that Donna called her and Donna was really upset. She was crying, told her what happened. But the state just asked their own defense expert to look up the call detail record between Donna and Annie, and she's saying that she doesn't see that phone call. Huh. Yikes. I guess the defense, they can come back and say, well, you don't know when Donna made that phone call to Annie. You don't know that Donna actually used her cell phone, right? She could have used Charlie's, or sorry, not Charlie's, Harvey's phone. Or she could use a pay phone. Or she could have used WhatsApp.
Reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the #1 caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis.
No, not the landline, because the 18th. Yeah, it could be the landline, I guess. Sorry. Yeah, because I think Donna was still in that area. I think she started heading up to Tallahassee after she got the phone call from Wendy. And Wendy called Donna at around, like, was it like 6 or 7 p.m.? Yeah, I guess it could be the landline. Yeah, the defense can push back and say that.
Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over a matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between two parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk?
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
In comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately, correct?
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in court.
She said her focus was on Donna's cell phone record, but she said that she also did see AT&T records as well. I don't know what Donna's landline, I don't know who services it.
Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without.
I would assume she would probably have the landline record as well.
Duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this.
Do I think Donna will testify?
Let me show you
Yeah.
Slide 20.
She got a lot of explaining to do.
Slide of the presentation.
At some point. I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than one line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation,
Yeah, because I do remember Corbett when he was testifying, he did talk about the duplicates.
See the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder, in this case, July 18th, 2014. Those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case?
Yes.
And if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay, but it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would, because you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates, so that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted, okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think it just goes to, when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right, for the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No.
And you still agree that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
For that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report in your presentation and in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. Do you want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay. Is the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then 3rd place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number?
Correct.
Okay. So Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And how long did that take?
6-ish hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. And does that include your travel?
Correct.
As far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay. And waiting to testify and testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
Do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
the amount of hours on the total case, no. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Bly,
Mr.
did
Sullivan?
you prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone, with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate
Yes.
between that time period, I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now,
This is for Charlie's?
you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Oh, here we
Now,
go.
the records that are collected by call detail records, those are for communication events that are through a carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How did those show up on call detail records?
So any applications, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you the time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see like what was being used for the data session.
And these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's in airplane mode or off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, kind of throughout the day.
So essentially, Zellman is trying to tell the jury that, okay, well, just because there was no call detail record of Annie and Donna, it's possible that Donna could just use WhatsApp. It's basically what we're talking about here.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Could be.
To ask one more question.
What's that?
Safe to ask one more question.
This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross with approach.
I couldn't really hear. What did she say? So I guess instead of focusing on, hey, the calls between Donna and Charlie were not abnormal to how they typically have their phone calls, I guess you just wanted to show that, oh, well, law enforcement's report just had duplicates and the number that I found was just less. So can you really trust law enforcement and his report?
This is limited availability. I will permit the recross on the one question. Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the defense need to redirect on that one point.
One question, I'll keep it at one. Ms. Guy, can you pull up the phone records for Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014?
Give me a second.
you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
Why you may step down.
Thank you.
Is there a brief witness the defense can call?
Wait, did you say 8:30 a.m. or p.m.?
Nothing further. Until 1. Do you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1
8:30 p.m. Okay.
a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
So I guess Zalman's trying to show that, well, there's only 3 calls. She wasn't making that many calls because she was using WhatsApp. But the state could also use it as, well, it was 3 calls because she didn't really care about Dan Markel and she didn't really bother calling a bunch of people because she really wasn't upset. They can be used either way.
Thank you.
All right. Great job, Kelsey.
Is there a brief witness the defense can call before the lunch break?
Just a moment, Your Honor. We'll see if Mrs. Cunningham is back.
Great
Now,
job,
being
but did it really
predict-
move me from when the state presented their cell phone digital forensic stuff? No, not really.
How long the state's cross is going to be of our next 2 witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
We'll take our lunch break then at this point. Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time, we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other.
Did they call Annie Cunningham to come back to testify and say, so when Donna called you, do you remember how she called you? Did she call you via, I don't know, did you have WhatsApp down on your phone back then? Oh,
For any other
gosh.
person, do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break.
Enjoy your lunch break.
Please report at 12:45.
Did they call her to come back to testify? It sounded like she was already going back to the airport to dip out. And then the defense was like, hey, actually, we need you to come back. Can you come back, please? Yeah, because initially when they were talking about the defense subpoena for the witness, I thought they were talking about the witness that was testifying right now. But I guess the defense subpoena was for maybe Annie Cunningham. And so instead of summoning her to testify again later on, just have her come back today and just finish up her testimony. Oh boy. All right, y'all. We're in day 7 of the trial. Donna Adelson's witnesses are now testifying. We don't know when Donna's going to testify. I feel like she's definitely still going to testify. She has a lot of explaining to do to the jury. But is she going to get destroyed by, I'm assuming maybe Georgia Kappelman, like Charlie was destroyed? Whew, possibly. But I think Donna's really good at acting. I think she's pretty decent at it. We started the day off with the motion for the, what is it called again? Judgment of acquittal. Okay, sorry. The judgment of acquittal. So essentially, the defense, they argue to the judge saying that, the state hasn't presented enough evidence against Donna Adelson. There's no evidence against her. The evidence is that Charlie was the one who told her to do, Charlie was the one who told her to bring the money. Charlie was the one who told her to write these checks. And Donna didn't know why she was bringing $100,000 to her son, Charlie. And that there was really no proof that Donna really washed the money. And that there was no proof that Donna was involved. So judge, we should just end it here. No need for us to continue on this trial. The state came up and they were arguing that there's a lot of circumstantial evidence against Donna. However, they believe that there's direct evidence as well because during the bump, when Donna was given the article of Dan Markel and then the phone number written on there, and the guy was asking for $5,000, Donna, the first thing she does is she calls Charlie. And when Charlie asks what it's about, she says, it involves the both of us, the two of us. And so the state argues that was a direct admission of Donna's guilt. They also talk about how Donna and Charlie took great lengths to talk in private. So they wouldn't really want to discuss things over the phone. They would meet in person. They would, stay at like the far end corner by the pool or something, or at a restaurant so no one could hear what they were talking about. and that Donna would write checks to the middleman. She wrote checks to Katie. And although she never had direct communications with Katie, the jury was able to see in the wiretap calls that there was a train formation of Donna calling Charlie, Charlie calling Katie, Katie calling her baby daddy, the hitman, and then it going backwards. Oh boy. There's also the consciousness of guilt of Donna trying to flee to Vietnam with a fast track visa, saying that she's going to need to get out of here on time. And she texts to Wendy saying that, you know, I'm next, but that won't happen. Donna, why would you be next? You had nothing to do with this. And that's why she was scrambling to get out to Vietnam. So I think maybe when she testifies, she'll probably say that, like, hey, you know, I think my son is trying to drag me into this because he's trying to get himself out of it, but I'm not involved. And after, you know, watching the end of his trial and realizing that maybe my son might throw me under the bus next, that's why I felt like I had to escape and go to Vietnam. I don't know. But I mean, the argument the defense has made so far was that she was going to Vietnam because she wanted vacation and she was planning on coming back for the bar mitzvah. Even though the bar mitzvah date has already been set, it's not like a last minute thing. It's so weird that she didn't buy a round trip ticket. I don't know. But I feel like they should just ditch. I don't know what their explanation for Donna's actions are just so bad. But they're working with what they can, you know. I don't know. I feel like they should just maybe just pivot and maybe Donna just be like, oh well, you know, maybe my son was trying to throw me under the bus and I had nothing to do with it, and that's the reason why I wanted to go to Vietnam because I was just scared. I don't know. It's just there's just too much evidence against her. I know they're talking about the non-extradition country, talking about, you know, one-way ticket, and she needs to get the fuck out. I don't know. So her first witness that testifies is her best friend. And her best friend came off as someone that would be willing to say whatever she can to get her best friend out of this. That was the vibe that I got from her. They've been friends since 2009. Her partner knew Harvey back from high school. Partner had like a cracked tooth while eating at a Chinese restaurant in Christmas. And they're like, oh, let's call up Harvey, fix the teeth. Now, she describes Donna as someone that's not hateful, not aggressive. She's never threatened to harm anyone. And that during the divorce of Wendy and Dan, that she, you know, didn't want Dan to be murdered. She didn't want Dan to be harmed. And that when she was asked about, well, does Donna manage her kid's life? The best friend said, well, Donna, you know, gave advice. Gave advice? Gave advice. We saw text messages. We saw emails. I don't know if the jury would see it as just giving advice. More like taking the reins and taking control. And then trying to get Charlie to get Wendy to do what she wanted to do. Oh boy. The friend said that, yeah, I traveled with Donna before. You know, we traveled to different countries. Yeah, it's like not anything weird or anything different. She said that she spoke to Donna on the day that Dan Markel was shot. She said Donna had called. Donna was hysterical. Donna was upset. She was crying. She had just learned what happened to Dan and that she was going to go to Tallahassee, and she did not know who shot Dan. She said that Donna describes the memorial service as pain and I guess like wrenching, maybe pain and like gut wrenching, maybe. Apparently she said that she only watched towards the end of Charlie Adelson's trial, didn't watch the entire thing, and that she believes the Adelsons are innocent, even though she didn't watch Charlie's trial. Also, I was wondering, if you're the best friend, why haven't you been here to support Donna Adelson from day one, opening statements? Is it because you didn't want to hear all the incriminating evidence against her and you're only in this portion, or you want nothing to do with it? Are you really best friends? I don't know. Maybe she's too busy to want to support her best friend or something. And of course, you know, the state calls it all out, saying that, well, Donna wasn't going to come back from Vietnam. Donna wasn't going to make it to the bar mitzvah if she was going to be buried in the dress, you know, the thing that she texted to Wendy. And that, again, you know, she brings up that, did Donna ever call, when she was venting about Dan Markel, did she call him names? The witness says no. Did she tell you about the bribery? The witness says, I don't recall. Not a no, but I don't recall. Sounds like a very soft answer. And that well, what about, did she ever tell you that she was planning on converting the children to Christianity to strong arm Dan Markel? The witness is like, well, she mentioned that, but she just said it was just foolish, just like downplaying it. For the extortion. Oh, so this is when things were getting a little bit messy. Georgia was essentially asking her, when did you know that Donna was being extorted? Was it before the bump? Was it after the bump? Was it after the murders? When did you know? And it seems like it was like kind of getting a little convoluted. So we were getting some like don't recalls, don't remember. What are you talking about? I'm not sure about the timeline. Things were just kind of hazy. What else is there? Oh, and she, I guess, claimed that Donna just wanted to go to a non-extradition country because she just wanted to clear her head with a one-way ticket. Sorry, I think Georgia was the one who said that. And then she didn't realize that Vietnam was a non-extradition country. And then Georgia was like, well, what about when Donna said that she was hoping to make it out on time? The witness said that, oh, well, Donna was hoping that the plane will leave on time. What? Is that your explanation for that? I don't know. It didn't really good in my opinion. There was also witness number. Oh, actually, this actually looks kind of bad. Donna didn't say she was writing checks. She thought Charlie was extorted. Donna never said that she was being extorted. Isn't the argument that Charlie was extorted and then by that Donna was also sort of being extorted as well? I don't know if that looked good for her. The next witness that testified was, or is the partner of the first witness, Ron Guterson. And he came off as someone that was like, oh yeah, I broke my tooth, at a Chinese restaurant. Yeah, a Chinese restaurant on Christmas. And then towards the end, when he was being cross-examined, very short cross-examination, he was getting very testy with Georgia and then cutting her off. And that nice facade kind of just dropped pretty quickly. But again, he's going to say the same thing, that he knew Harvey since they went to school together and that Donna and Harvey were only going to Vietnam. It was just a temporary move. They're planning on coming back January, February for the bar mitzvah. They would never miss it. And that while Donna and Harvey were traveling, they asked this guy, Ron, to assist with the rental property. But again, cross-examination with Georgia, it was getting a little testy. He said that after Charlie's verdict, that Donna reached out and, Georgia was asking about this. So after Charlie's verdict, Donna reaches out. Donna says, can't say why, but need you to come here. Can't say why. The witness was like, yeah, for more support. If it was for more support, why would it be can't say why? Is it because Donna was scheming something? So he keeps mentioning the more support thing. And they talk about how, Wendy wasn't responding and how Donna needed this guy's help. And he's like, yeah, just for more support. And he kind of ends the the cross-examination with, that's what friends are for. I don't know if the jury would take that in a good way. And then the third witness before the lunch break was Kelsey Guay, digital forensics. So again, she goes through the law enforcement report, specifically Sergeant Corbett's. And she said that, when they were looking at the calls between Donna and Charlie to essentially show that they were in, communications, a lot of communications during the time frame of maybe possibly planning for Dan Markel's murder, that there were a lot of calls between the two of them. However, she was like, well, I did my own report. And after I filtered some stuff out, after I converted some time, I actually found the number to be a lot less. But it wasn't really a lot less. It was just like, either a difference of like 34 or 24. I'm not really quite sure which was her final number. But like 24 calls less or 34 calls less between the time period of May 2nd and July 20th. And then for the other time frame, June 23rd to July 22nd, again, they looked through the calls between Donna and Charlie, and she found like 11 less calls. The original report was 80. She said she found 69. I don't know. It's like, it's less, but it's like not like a lot, like half or anything like that, or way less, I don't know. And then she talks about how Donna and Charlie's phone never connected to the cell site that would provide coverage to, I guess, Charlie's house. And I guess you would expect if Charlie and Donna were in the same place, like Donna went over to Charlie's house to drop off the money for an hour, that she would connect to the same cell tower. But however, in cross-examination, when Sarah Dugan was crossing, she said that, well, you don't disagree that Donna's phone did connect to a location that was north and south of Charlie's tower, right? And she's like, yeah, I don't disagree with that. And then for the iCloud message, where Donna texts outside your house, essentially giving her location, like, yeah, there's no digital stuff to like super back it up, like specifically, but she says outside your house. Doesn't that mean that she's outside the house? Sarah Dugan was like, well, you don't expect a location for, an iCloud message, right? And she's like, no, you don't. But because Donna says outside your house, the jury can infer that Donna was outside Charlie's house. Oh, man. And then they got into Donna and Annie Cunningham's, again, the first witness that testified, the one who testified about how Donna called saying that, like, oh, Dan Markel was shot. I'm so sad. I don't know what happened, and being frantic and stuff like that. The state asked the expert to look up the record, and the expert says, I don't see a call to that number. So it's like, is the call between Donna and Annie, is that fake? But, Zellman was able to bring it up that, well, it could have just been WhatsApp, right? It's not necessarily something that would be recorded like on an AT&T like cell phone number or anything like that. If you use WhatsApp, it might show how much data was used, but you don't know if that data was used for something else or if it's used for a phone call or texting. You don't really know. So it seems like they might be calling Annie Cunningham back to testify. I think Jackie mentioned she was on her way to the airport, but she's going to come back and testify. So it will probably be about the call. Maybe the state will ask, hey, did you have WhatsApp back then? Did you use WhatsApp to talk to Donna back then? When Donna called you, was it WhatsApp or was it a cell phone? I feel like if the witness feels like she's being called back to testify, she's probably going to be a little bit suspicious as to why she's being called back. And so any question that the state is asking, she might feel like she's being trapped. So I think her answer would just be, I don't recall. I don't remember. That was so long ago. I don't know what she called me. So I don't know. That's where I think it's leading towards. I could be completely wrong, but we'll see after the lunch break. I want authentic pho. That sounds good. Last week, after we did Donna's trial coverage on Friday, I ordered pho to go. That was pretty good. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go and have my lunch break, or I guess breakfast. It's early morning for me. Man, hey, Oni, how are you doing today? Oh, I didn't mean to pause it while he was adjusting his pants. There you go. So we'll see what happens after the lunch break. We'll see when the defense will decide to have Donna testify. And yeah, I'll see you guys then. For now, enjoy the Donna image. Or I think I had it in this one, right? Hold on, let me go back. I think we have the Donna image on this one. There we go. All right, y'all. If you guys are new to this case, if you're not familiar, I did do recaps on the other trial days. Feel free to check them out. If you guys want to watch something during the lunch break, we recapped all 6 days. So if you guys have watched them, I do appreciate you guys watching them. So I'm going to take my break. You guys just hang out, and I will see you guys in roughly about an hour when they are back in the courtroom. Judge said 12:45, right? Okay, court is on lunch break. We'll resume 12:45. Donna's witnesses are testifying. Oh boy. All right, y'all. See you soon. Hey, Miss Leslie. Hey, DP. Hey, Brian. Sarah, I think I said hi to you earlier. Oh, Nicole's here. Hey, Nicole. Hey, Lassie. Expert witnesses can follow trial. Yeah. So she was definitely, she would definitely have to be there. Wait, actually, she probably listened to Corbett's testimony via stream. Is it nice to have stream? I don't think witnesses are allowed to sit through trial. It depends on the witnesses. Some of them are under, oh, I always forget this word. Sequestration? Is that the same word? Expert witnesses can sit on other expert witnesses' testimony. That way they can like testify and see what the other expert said. All right, guys, be right back. Hey, y'all, they should be back sometime soon. Usually takes a bit for the jury to come in and for everyone to come back into the courtroom. So, all right, just a few more moments. We'll be back.
Okay. All right. Mr. Zellman, were you able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
Hello, guys. Welcome back from the lunch break or breakfast. For me, it was breakfast. They were able to locate Annie Cunningham. So I guess they're going to bring her back to testify because she was planning on flying out. Oh, that's me. I'm trying to talk in my low voice. That way I don't jump scare you guys. So I hope that's better. All right. I think the jury's here. It seems like they were discussing something on the side for quite some time. Zellman didn't look very happy, or maybe he looks worried. I don't know. Let's see. I think it was like right around over here. So I'll play it again for those of you guys that missed it. Hey, Chunky.
Okay. All right. Mr. Zellman, were you able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
She has returned.
Okay.
Wait, hold on a second. What happened to my display? Oh, here it is. Oh, double judge.
Judge, can we approach on scheduling matters?
Yes.
Oh, they're talking about scheduling. Okay. Ah, they were talking about scheduling and like it was a serious conversation or something over here. The judge, Mr. Zellman. I think they were hoping that trial would be done by September 5th, so this Friday. Whew, wouldn't that be a treat?
For everyone observing in the gallery, please turn your phones off once again.
Phones off, everyone. How was everyone's break? I was catching up on Gilded Age and playing with my doggos. One of my dogs is really afraid of garbage trucks right now, so I'm trying to help him overcome it. But garbage trucks are very loud, and their braking noise really it sets him off.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Oh, she's the next witness. Well, welcome back, Annie. You didn't watch any testimony, did you? Hopefully not. All right, lunch break.
Ms. Cunningham, you remain under oath from being previously sworn. I'm just going to remind you, you are to tell the truth in this matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you'll be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall. Maybe she made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection?
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not
Wasn't
asked,
to.
or she is not asked to recall, or let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
No?
Do I?
Would you
Yes,
like
if
to see
if
them?
I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's on the record, yes.
But you're saying
Did she miss her flight and now she has to book a new one? Oh no.
it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Oh. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't know that. Oh, Georgia. Oh, Georgia's so smart. Oh my goodness. Well, that kind of solves the WhatsApp thing. Well, I guess what's the other one they were talking about? Viber or Fiber? I've never heard of that one. WhatsApp, I know. Let's play back again. Oh no. Well, there goes WhatsApp.
July 21st.
If it's in the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination for the witness.
I guess it surprises me that she would know what Donna called her on back in 2014. I'd just be like, oh, I don't know. She just called me. Oh, yeah, it could be this. Yeah, I guess it could be that. Were you listening to testimony, ma'am?
You may step down.
I was wondering if Georgia was going to be like, well, Fiber didn't offer voice call until 2019. All right, there's still one app out there that they could have used. She's like, I don't know. I don't really get a good vibe from her.
It was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination for the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right. We are certain she's good to leave at this point.
Sure hope so, Judge.
Have a safe travel.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Viber?
Richard Chagrin.
Viber or Fiber? I just have a hard time believing that she would remember what Donna called her on. Like, I don't know what it was on. She just called me. I'm sorry. I don't remember. All right. Witness number 4 for the state or for the defense?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got
Hello. Sorry. Who is this? Hi, sir. You just popped out of nowhere. Where'd you come from? Witness number 4. Oh, we spinning. Viber. Okay. I've never heard of Viber before. Okay. Next witness. All right. Here he comes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please
Thank you.
adjust the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Chagrin.
Mr. Chagrin, how do
Oh, Richard, you're one of the guys that were on the phone call. Okay, so he was on the phone call when Donna was trying to talk about Vietnam and extradition, and she didn't realize the call was recording. Because I remember seeing Chagrin on there. I'm pretty sure that was you. I think you and your wife were there.
How do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Yum.
Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay, and what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Okay.
So his wife was the one that was helping Donna.
Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
Now,
I don't know. I'm surprised the friends are so willing to testify. It just looks so bad for Donna. I want nothing to do with this.
prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us, did 2 weeks in Israel.
Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa, and then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah, and then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way, and I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one-way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now,
So you're the one who told Donna to book a one-way. Gotcha. Okay.
let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only 2 options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay.
She's looking at the jury to see if they believe her or believe the friend's testimony. Oh, I forgot my water. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me grab my water really quick. Oh, silly me. It was right next to my foot. Am I surprised by their testimony? No, because I think they were actively trying to help Donna and Harvey get out of Vietnam. I was thinking maybe they can say that, like, oh, I didn't know just the extent of Donna's, plan to escape. We were fooled just like everyone else was, or something like that. But no, I think it seems like they were helping. Because she was talking about extradition pretty openly. But I think at the same time, she was trying to convince her friends that she had nothing to do with it. Charlie had nothing to do with it. Charlie's innocent.
Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Unfortunately, they live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
But why do you think Donna specifically wanted non-extradition? If Georgia asked him that, I wonder what his answer is going to be. Oh, I don't recall. Is that going to be your answer, sir?
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
So,
But it seems like Donna made herself involved, right? Because Well, the children were not living in South Beach. They were living closer to where Wendy and their father were living. She like made herself involved in their lives after doing what she did to Dan Markel.
Am I hearing you correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother
More than typical.
and a typical Jewish mother?
Yes.
He's looking over the jury.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah.
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Look at her like nodding her head. Yeah, see, I wouldn't miss it for the world, jury.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Georgia. How are you going to do?
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
Uh-oh.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But now
today
he's
you're
saying-
saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
But she asked you, did you make a decision? When, how, or were you just a conduit for technology? As in, was Donna telling you what to book and you're just the one who's taking care of all the booking stuff? It seemed like in your testimony earlier, sir, it seemed like you're the one that said you decided to do a one-way ticket because it was cheaper to book it that way. And then I guess book the return flight later on.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer
Yes,
because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
Okay. But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oof. Georgia. All right, redirect.
Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, lines 12 through 17.
You're looking well.
Did I miss something? Donna wrote an email to Wendy when she felt like Dan Markel was winning, and she made a list of suggestions for Wendy to do to get at Dan Markel, and essentially using their grandchildren. So, for example, taking the grandchildren in front of a Christian church, taking pictures, and making it seem like, you know, the grandchildren were going to be baptized, change their religion from Jewish to Christianity, and then dressing them up in like SS, like uniforms and stuff like that. Just like a bunch of like crazy batshit stuff. So she didn't actually do it because Wendy was like, no, Mom, I'm not going to do that.
Want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12 question. Okay.
To yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask if you made any decisions?
No.
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
No.
You made suggestions.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Well, this witness
But his testimony. Oh, damn. What was his verbatim testimony? Verbatim testimony. I have to listen again later on, but it sounded like he was the one that decided 90 day because they didn't know when they're going to come back.
need to be retained, or is he released?
Did he say suggestion?
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can we go back real quick? Go back. Go back.
Donna for us.
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
It's like right around here.
More than one way, and I suggested, since you don't know when.
Oh, I suggested.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us did, I guess, 2 weeks in Israel.
Okay. Were you somewhat savvier than? Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa, and then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah, and then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way, and I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one-way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's
A fraction more than one way. Like how much more? Round trip was a fraction more than a one way.
cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa.
But what about Dubai? And what about the extradition? Why does it matter that she has to choose an extradition country? Wait, why didn't Georgia ask that? So were you the one that recommended Donna fly to Vietnam because of non-extradition? All right, next witness. So he made the suggestion. We're kind of just mincing at words here. Suggestion versus make a decision.
Give today will be the truth. You may take
Okay, who do we have next?
clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone if you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tarana Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
Tarana? I'm quite sure how to spell that.
My name is Tarana Khan.
Tarana. Ooh, I don't know. Torona maybe?
Currently.
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down three different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do fact investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
Long crime has Tarana. I did T.O.
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did, the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their...
Yeah, I mean, if we've seen Donna try to bribe other witnesses, I wonder if Donna tried to bribe her friends into this. What did these people get? Did they get anything? Or are they just doing it because they want to make it seem like, hey, Donna's, it's not a big deal. Donna pulled us in this whole recorded call thing, and I just want to convince the world and help Donna convince the world that she wasn't planning anything nefarious. What do you mean? She just wanted to go to Vietnam. She was coming back. You guys are going overboard about this.
families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals,
Correct.
gathering records,
Yes.
and that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And preparing reports
Correct.
and presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No. Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In around 2014, maybe.
Okay. Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office,
I'm trying to figure out what exactly she does. So mitigation specialist / paralegal, and then something about investigating the maternal side, the paternal side. I'm sure we'll
in the
get
Northern
there.
District of Florida, and
Try
the
to-
Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District
Like what is her role exactly in this?
of Georgia. Did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I never I guess stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes,
And where was she located?
in the Leon County Jail.
Okay. How many
Oh, okay. All right.
times did you meet with Miss Bird?
Once.
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
So this is to go after the testimony of the jailhouse person, the one that Donna apparently wrote a script preparing for her so she can lie and testify about Katie McBanuel saying, whatever it is that Donna wants her to say.
If it'll help refresh your memory, sure.
To make it seem like Katie was involved in the extortion against Charlie. Okay, that's what she's here for.
Was on.
A little confused.
Ms. Bird was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Bird, did you tell Miss Bird that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No.
Okay. Specifically, did you tell Miss Bird that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
No.
What about a trailer?
No.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No.
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
No.
Okay. Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
No.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Did
for me?
Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, man. Okay. I was so confused.
Did Miss Bird
Okay, got to this part. Oh, there's a trailer.
Ms. Bird was on once.
and that was
Yes.
and where was she?
Okay.
Private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
So she was a PI at this point?
And I never I guess stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed
So I'm going to fast forward this really quick, but I just want to listen to it again.
private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes.
And where was she located?
In the Leon County Jail.
Okay. How many times did you meet with Miss Bird?
Once.
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory, sure.
Okay, so she was working as a PI for them. Paralegal, but private investigator.
Oh. Ms. Bird was on January 24th.
This year?
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay. Whoa, January 24, 2025. So she's a private investigator hired by the defense team to interview Patricia Byrd. And during her interview with Patricia Byrd, did you tell Byrd Donna would pay for testimony by land, trip, vehicle? Says no. Well, what the other way? Did Byrd tell you that Donna offered her all this stuff? No. Did Byrd say that Donna confessed? No. All right. We are here. I was a little confused because she was talking about like mitigation specialists, paralegal stuff. She was working for Florida, the North District, Florida, or something like that. I was like, okay, what are we doing here? Okay, right around here.
Cross-examination.
Cross.
Why did you interview Miss Byrd?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense
But why?
counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known it. No.
Okay. So you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it that way.
No.
All right. And did you record your interview with Ms. Byrd?
No.
Why not?
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
But wouldn't it be good to record it just to be thorough? I feel like nowadays, it's just record. Hit the press button, right? Hit the record button.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it, though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there?
The jail does allow that.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical
Correct,
for
yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second.
Examination.
With all the defense witnesses so far, I don't think it looks good if they come off as defensive.
Ms. Collins, since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Ms. Byrd, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they said, that they were saying to me.
Okay.
So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go on about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
Hey, I think that was a good question by Mr. Zellman in redirect. So you took notes? Okay. And if the states wanted it, they could have asked for it, right? But I think she still should have recorded it. All right, witness number 6. Defense witness. Number 6. Who do we have? Wait, also another PI? How many private investigators do we have?
Excuse me, E-D-D-I-E, last name V as in Victor, A-R-N-E-S.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
Can y'all hear okay? I feel like the audio kind of went a little bit low for the afternoon for some reason. I don't know why. I have it mega blasted. Can you guys hear okay? Audio check.
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last, yes.
What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Oh, this guy. I think initially the judge was a little bit weary of like having this guy being on the witness list because he wasn't sure if this guy was tainted by Dan Rashbaum's knowledge through Charlie Adelson. So they're like, hey, you know, if y'all fuck up and this guy accidentally tells you something that Dan Rashbaum told him that he found out through Charlie, then you might be messing up your entire case. So if you're going to use him, be careful. I think the judge may have interviewed him and asked him what he knows and all that stuff. I think, maybe. Ooh.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. And what did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a witness, there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name, so at that point I traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Okay. Now, there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Okay, just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said, yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of...
Why would, if Patricia Bird was offered all these types of different compensations, why would she want to tell anyone about that? It's like, hey, I was offered land, veneers, drugs, and in exchange of that, I'm going to give false testimony. Why would she ever tell anyone that? If she was planning on doing that, give false testimony, and she was offered something for compensation, you wouldn't want to tell anyone that. So the fact that she didn't tell Donna's two PIs that interviewed her, I'm not surprised. But you know, here's the thing. Even though they're trying really hard to discredit Patricia Bird is the person that had the handwritten notes from Donna Adelson. Donna wrote in Q&A trying to give her a script of what to memorize so that she can fabricate this story that Donna wanted to have her push about Charlie and the extortion. Donna still wrote it. She still wrote that script. I do feel bad for the defense team, though. I think the defense has a really shitty client to work with, and it's very unfortunate that a lot of evidence is just really, really bad against them. So they're trying to do the best they can with what's given to them. But man, this is... Donna handwrote the fucking note, man.
Those things that Donna Adelson, that she is saying Donna Adelson offered.
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior...
Why would she tell Donna's team again that Donna confessed to her? That's not something you would mention. You'd probably tell the state about it.
Defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Ms. Bird talk extensively about Ms. McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that?
I feel like if you wanted to have it solid, record the damn interview. Record the damn interview, because if you have a chance to record anything and you can give that to the jury, that will convince them way more, because there's something solid that they can listen to. And for example, they can hear it in Patricia's own words on the recorded call or whatever this is, the recording.
That Donna Adelson
There's a reason why y'all didn't record it.
told her to say those things.
No, absolutely not.
Did Ms. Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Ms. Adelson?
No, she did not.
It's like when law enforcement does a police interview of a suspect and they don't record the fucking interview. When nowadays recording is so easy. It's not like you got to go to Best Buy, buy a tape recorder, and then buy a tape, and then buy some extra batteries. It's like y'all can just do it on your phone, whatever it is, technology that you have, you can just record it. It's really weird that you choose not to record it.
She heard the name Donna Adelson.
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her
When
in the jail. Like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. No, Patricia Bird is not the Notebook one. Oh, you're right. Hold on a second. I'm so focused on the Notebook one. No, Patricia Bird was the first inmate that testified. Okay, just kidding. I'm getting it mixed up. You guys are completely right. The other one was, she kind of had like a little interesting name. What's her name again? You're right. Patricia Bird was the first inmate that testified. Drina's the one that had the Notebook. Okay, thank you.
4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Ms. Bird is telling you about Miss McBanawa,
Thanks, Lauren.
Did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Ms. Bird, you know, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I want to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
Julie Wagner, was she an expert that testified in Sarah Boone's case? Sarah Boone and Sigfredo Garcia's case? No, that's Julie Harper, I think. Who's Julie Wagner? Who's that? The name sounds familiar, though.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So she was waiting for a plea offer expected from the state from over a year ago.
Nothing further at this time?
All right, who's doing the cross?
So, Mr. Barnes, you said that you...
Yeah, my bad, y'all. So Patricia Bird was the first inmate that testified. Patricia Bird said that Donna confessed to her that, I think she asked Donna whether or not she did it, and then Donna said that she did it for her grandchildren, and she never meant for it to go that far. And apparently Patricia Bird and Drina were both really close to Donna. They were in the same pod for multiple months. Yeah, that's what I remember. All right. Cross-examination. Viber, free international calls as well.
Interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Byrd as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Oh, no. Oh, so I think where the state is going with that, because I was wondering why she was asking the other witness about whether or not Patricia Byrd was listed as a state's witness. So the former private investigator, the former defense team hired this private investigator because Donna was probably like, hey, there's this woman in my jailhouse who has information. Can you send someone here to like interview her? I wonder if that's what she was getting at. Because why else would Donna want these people to be interviewed? Because maybe she was thinking that these people were going to lie for her. Oh, gosh. Okay, good point by the state.
That's correct.
But that was... So, Mr. Barnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Byrd because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Byrd as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I could have, but I was instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanwa basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markell just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Byrd quoted the following that McDaniel had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia, and Katie, said, why not kill him and get the money ourselves? So then Byrd replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Byrd told you,
yes,
Byrd used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Byrd used.
Yes, ma'am.
That Magbanwa used.
That's correct.
Okay.
Why does this witness look way worse for the defense?
Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important.
Yeah.
You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Why not?
And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told.
I think Zellman was trying to say that, okay, well, geez. Because he testified saying that the prior counsel says don't record the interview. I guess Zellman could say that, like, oh, well, the reason why they didn't record the interview is because it wasn't anything important that Donna didn't get to Patricia Byrd. I don't know. No, this whole thing is so weird. I think it looks bad for the defense. Just flat out. It's like Donna was giving the nudge at Dan Rashbaum. Dan Rashbaum got this PI to go interview the inmates because by that time, Donna had convinced the inmates to lie on her behalf. This looks so much worse for the defense. Oh, boy. Was it a good idea to call this guy? This guy got the dirt.
Told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Bird, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do you
their
know
job.
why these attorneys never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Ms. Dugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your
I
service.
wonder if Zellman heard from all the YouTube people that it seemed like they were going a little soft on the state and not doing the objections and stuff. I don't know. That was a very loud objection.
Services.
I did charge for my services.
Passionate.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Zellman, get that passion in here. Oh, thanks, Lauren. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate you being here. Do you guys think the PI was good for the defense team? I feel like it was a net loss. Are we waiting for redirect? Who's doing the redirect? Mr. Zellman, right?
Mr. Barnes,
Yes, sir.
the state just asked you, according to what you say Bird said to you, isn't that, in fact, what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speeding objections. I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first before you reject.
thank you, Your Honor, would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel in fact listed Patricia Bird on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
Okay. And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Bird was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Wait, she was? Or what? Okay, what is happening? Who is lying here?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sarah was saying that she wasn't listed as a witness until 2025. Zellman is saying she was listed as a prior witness prior to September 2024. We need more clarifications.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Barnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
All right, we have questions about that. Damn. You don't trust either of the inmates, either way. I think what's really damning about, especially Drina's testimony, was the handwritten note by Donna Adelson. Yeah, I think without the handwritten note, then I think you could just assume that, oh, they're just testifying because they want to get something out of it. Maybe they want to be a part of the limelight. Maybe they want some TV time. Maybe they just want to get out of the jail. But the handwritten notes, very bad for Donna. Very, very bad. All right, well, that was interesting. So we don't know when Patricia Bird was listed as a witness. I could probably dig through the court documents and find out, but nah, it's too much. It's not worth it.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat.
All right, who do we have here?
Briefly for 1 moment.
All right, y'all. Little sidebar here. Who do we have here? Witness number 7, I guess? Defense witness. Number 7. Hello. Who are you? Now what? Why is everyone getting up? Jackie's explaining right now, but I can't lip read. Does the judge look concerned?
Everyone can be seated. Sir, I'm going to need you to step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors.
Okay. What's going on? Dismiss the jury?
Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties.
Oh. Was someone not following the rules? Uh-oh. Corgi, do I watch Samantha Beningo? No, I never heard of that person. She had a great point that one huge piece of evidence does point to the defense theory of case. No money was given prior to the hit. No money was given prior to the hit. You mean like no money was paid to Katie McBanwa or the hitman?
How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
Oh! This witness? Which witness? Oh no, the judge does not look happy. Hold on.
Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
Oh.
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
State, do you wish to be heard?
Did someone forget to tell him that he wasn't supposed to sit in the courtroom and listen to other testimony? Or did he forget? Did he mess up? What happened here?
What's that?
So I'm assuming witness number 7 came up and then someone recognized that, wait a second, this guy was sitting in the back of the courtroom this entire time? I guess.
What is the substance of the testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markell.
He's a realtor, Your Honor.
He's a realtor.
The bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. We need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. We'll take a brief break. 10 minutes.
All right. He says he just needs a moment to figure out whether or not the witness is going to be allowed to testify. Uh-oh. All right, let's see. Let's catch up with the live. All right, we're back. It seems like they are allowed to testify.
Examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready. I'm
going to go back and look for him. All right, you do that, Amon. Let us know how long they were sitting in the back of the courtroom. Watch him be there on day one. I'm just kidding. It seems like they had trouble trying to locate this witness.
Judge.
And they were afraid he was going to show up.
Very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name Kelly.
All right. And
Tim, the judge almost not let you testify today. Tim, we wanted to hear your beautiful voice.
What is your occupation, sir?
Sorry, is it Tim Kelly or Tim McKelly? Tim Kelly.
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes.
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markell?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markell about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes. He did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember if yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but I think we had to make arrangements between cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to.
Wait, sorry, who is them now? Oh, it's Dan and Wendy. Okay.
Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but I think we had to make arrangements between cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No, that was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point.
Jackie gives me major Ealing PTSD.
And I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just 1 second, please?
Yeah, okay. I don't think Mr. Kelly knew. I thought Mr. Kelly was someone that was hired by the defense team, maybe another PI or something like that. Maybe someone that has, courtroom experience with testifying, and they should know better. But I don't think he generally knew. The defense probably should have given him better instruction. Or been more clearer or something. I don't know. Maybe they did tell him and he just disregarded. Oh, no. All right, so he was contacted by Dan
Just
to see
briefly,
homes.
when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Kelly?
Hey.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markell's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markell and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markell and Wendy Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that?
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect from the witness? You may step down, Mr. Kelly. Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Detective Joshua Turner.
Defense witness number 8. Bye, Mr. Kelly. Have a great day. You scheming, Rain? You scheming over there?
Turner.
I do.
Oh, he's got a little star. Does he work for law enforcement or something? Another PI? Sheriff? Sheriff's office, right? I feel like
Sir.
if you work for the sheriff's office, you wear the stars looking like that.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
Oh.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. Worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
Okay.
He's dressed
and
nicely.
in your role, as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And
All right, now we're going after the other inmate, Drina. Now, again, like I mentioned earlier, Drina is the one where her having the handwritten notebook, it really backs her up. Let's see how they go after Drina.
did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay, and subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Ms. Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she...
Yay, you recorded the interview. Good job. All right, so the defense, when they were cross-examining Drina, they asked her, did you tell someone that you purposely sat in the view of the camera when you were talking to Donna Adelson? And then she was like, yeah, I think I did. Something like that. So he's the guy that she told.
Situated herself and Miss Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
Okay, and then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
Are we going to be able to see it?
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
I do.
Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Any, aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just a moment.
Can we see or listen to the recorded interview?
And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
What was the relevance? Moondog, what was the relevance of the real estate witness? I don't know, I'm a little confused too. So he said that he was contacted by Dan Markell to see homes in Tallahassee, November 2011. So years before he was murdered in 2014. He was looking for homes for Donna and Harvey, and that Dan, Wendy, Donna, and the boys were there. And they did buy a home, but not through him. There was someone else by the name of Lisa. I don't know. Maybe to show that Donna was supportive of Dan, Wendy, the boys living in Tallahassee. That's why they were there to help Dan and Wendy house hunt in Tallahassee. I'm sorry. You could I sound like a fucking ghost. I don't know. I think maybe that's the angle they were going for.
I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but
What do y'all think of the realtor's testimony? What do you think this defense was getting at?
asked for all the states 105 to be admitted.
And I can say, Your Honor, that The video that was provided to us, it states 105, is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you guys have the HDMI?
You need to bring your HDMI cord? Oh, okay, hold on a second. And then it was to show houses to Donna and Harvey in case Donna and Harvey wanted to visit her longer when they would come up to Tallahassee, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what's the point of his... I have no idea. Yeah. The witness looks sad. Maybe he's tired. Maybe he has resting sad face. I mean, it seemed like, from what we heard from other testimony, it seemed like Donna was fine for the most part with Dan. It wasn't until talks of the separation that's when Donna went completely unhinged. So if Donna was looking at houses with Harvey at Dan's request in Tallahassee a year before him and Wendy divorced, I don't really see how that really means much.
I could use the computer. Is it okay if I stand over here rather than...
Damn, this video is so nice and clear. Wow, can we get all police interrogations in this footage? How clear this is.
Left turn?
This looks good.
Okay.
We need more of this.
So, Detective, initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
And
Where? Right here? I don't know where.
do they walk
Can we get a little circle-y thingy, please? Can we get a visual?
towards the foreground of the video?
At one point.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Oh, right here. Oh, right here. There's the envelope. Is that the notebook? Is it the notebook / envelope?
Who's seated at the table with the dark hair?
That's Drina Bernhardt.
So right here,
What
I
does she
think.
have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
Let's see if we can enhance. Like, it's not enhancing. Let's see if we can try to zoom it in. Okay, can y'all see a little bit better? Let me try again. Hold on.
Did the video appear to show Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right?
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
Oh, there's Donna. Hold up. Donna looks like she's in a good mood. Give me a second, y'all. Oh no. Oh no, I lost it. Hold on a second. It went out of frame and I fudged up. Don't worry, I'll replay it for you guys. Right around here. Okay. Right around here. There we go. Well, let me go back. Okay, so Donna's walking back in on the left.
Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right?
It does.
Drina's
Who's
on the
walking
right.
up now?
Miss Adelson.
There's Donna. Donna's laughing. She pulling up a chair. They're like on the very edge. It's hard to see.
Does it appear from the video that Miss Bernhardt got Miss Adelson to sit down at that table?
It does.
And they're engaged in conversation?
Yes.
It's hard to see. I know, right? Donna does look happy. Man, just let her hang out here. She won't be causing no trouble. I wish Drina had Donna sit on her right. That way we can see Donna's facial expression.
Without stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. Just a tiny bit more, maybe. Let's see. How much can we get? Okay. How about this? See Donna just like, you know, doing some of this, some of this, some of this, some of this, some of this. Looks like Drina is just listening. Looks like Donna's doing a lot of talking. Drina wants to know when Harvey's dropping off the grand piano. Where would you even put a grand piano in a... What did they promise to buy her? A trailer? Where do you put a grand piano in a trailer? Or was a trailer for the other person? All right, let's see what the poll says. 146 votes. Were Donna's friends believable? 12% yes. 76% no. 12% not sure. All right. We'll end the poll. All right, let's do another poll. What about the inmates? Yes. All right, y'all. New poll. Did y'all find the inmates' testimony? Oh, shit. I think it's supposed to say inmates' testimonies. Can I edit that? You can read it how you want. It could either be inmates or inmate. It's supposed to say, did you find the inmates' testimonies credible? Heather said Drina least credible. Donna's friends were credible, but clearly very loyal and hardly inclined to think critically about anything she was telling them. So I don't think they lied, but they didn't particularly help her out. Okay, Planet. The toilet wine. Oh god, that sounds so nasty.
Now, Detective, at this point, we're over 8 minutes into the video. Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
No.
Once the Adelsons go to prison, do you think they'll ever just have a real conversations about over the phone? If Wendy is free, not with Wendy, with Harvey, Nah. Might implicate Harvey or Wendy, right? Who's gonna and Donna can't talk to Charlie. Donna can't talk to Katie. Maybe Donna will talk with her real friend. Just be like, you know what? Fuck it. I did do it. Damn. How long do you think this footage is? Oh no, not the Cheetos. Are they flaming hot Cheetos at least? I thought the inmates would be all up in the cup noodles, you know?
Can you explain to the jury what Ms.
And the Pop-Tarts.
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something's already written on that page.
Potentially, I can't tell.
You can't see. Okay. Drina's writing something.
Now Ms. Bernhardt's writing on a piece of paper.
Correct.
It froze for a second there. All right, Drina's about to flip the page. No, just kidding. Donna put her hand down. Donna's motioning back and forth. Drina's put her hand on her head. She's like looking at the paper, discussing it with Donna. She's not writing yet. I think she put the pencil down at this point. Listening to Donna. Donna's talking, moving her hands around. If you guys were in jail or prison, what would be the #1 thing that you would ask your family member to send you for food? And they can't be sending you no McDonald's or anything, okay? It has to be something that, you know, it's like perishable, but can last for a while. Oh, golf. Or when I think of non-perishable, hold on a second. Am I getting it mixed up? Non-perishable, sorry. That's what I meant. Ooh, roti and pho. I guess I could do like instant pho. Cup noodles. Or like, I would take like shin ramen, something spicy. Shin ramen. Alright, Drina's writing again. She picks up the pencil? I think it's a pencil. Alright, she's writing. She's looking at Donna.
Ms. Bernhardt is writing at this point.
Drina's laughing, I think. She's moving her head around.
Judge, given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make? Thank you, Your Honor.
Yay, we're gonna fast forward. What is the defense trying to show?
Who's writing?
Miss Byrne.
So, even though the defense has already conceded and said that Donna wrote the Q&A, I don't fucking know. The defense wants to show that Drina's the one that is calling Donna to come over to sit with her. Drina's the one who's doing all the writing, but they've already conceded that it was Donna's handwriting. So I don't know. Something nutritious and tastes good. Oh, you know what I would take? Uncle Ben's chicken rice. Oh my gosh. Uncle Ben's chicken rice. Not the protein powder. You better watch out. She's already out, okay? She might come after you.
Bernhardt.
Garbanzo beans. Cans in a corn? Oh, corn in a can?
1417, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
I want something spicy. 3 elephants jasmine rice. Oh, actually, yeah, rice.
1433, is she still writing?
Yes.
1446. My client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
We can't see what they're writing about. I don't know why this matters. Am I missing something? Donna has already admitted that she wrote the Q&A that looks really bad for the defense. I don't know. All right, Donna's writing, I think. Yeah, she's writing. She's writing real slow, though. Drina's like, damn, Donna's taking a long time. I got something in my eye. Let me take this out. Now she's conversing with the other inmate. La-ing while Donna's writing. Oh, Drina takes the notebook back.
1642. Did Ms. Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
They're talking now. They're pointing, flipping the envelope over. She puts the notebook back in. And she's like, oh, man. Are they trying to hide it to make it look like this is for the attorneys or something like that? And they thought that law enforcement can't go through it?
And from this vantage point, we can't see what Ms. Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
Drina's calling someone over. I'm surprised they didn't, you know how with Corey Richards, she was like writing shit and hiding things in her LSAT book, and then she had an envelope that said it was like for her attorney or something like that, and they confiscated that? How did they not confiscate this?
However, it's clear that Ms. Bernhardt's still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
Oh, Donna might be sleeping. Rena might be talking to herself. Who knows? She's clearly writing the recipe of authentic pho. I want to learn how to make pho, but it looks hard. All right, we had a time jump here, y'all. Time jump.
2250.
Donna's still at the table writing by herself. Maybe this is Donna writing up the Q&A. She's at the bottom of the page, too. She flipped it over, I think, and she's at the bottom of the page.
What's Ms. Bernhardt doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
Wait, which one's Drina? I can't tell now. Is it the left or the right? Oh, I think it's the right. I think this is Drina right here. Sorry. Oh, my bad. Let me zoom out. I think that's Drina right here. I wasn't sure if that was her or if that was her. Maybe her.
And one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. I think the state's admitted into evidence.
There she is. There she is.
It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, there's a new notebook, a blue one. Drina's pointing at someone. The lady on the left is looking at her, saying, what the fuck? Oh, she's off to, back to her tablet. Drina's going through the notebook right now. She opens a pink one.
4124.
Donna's just sitting there.
Trina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
My Vietnamese? No, not Vietnamese. All right, how many notebooks do they have over there? Oh, Drina's opening her earbuds. She's sticking them in her ears. She's listening to her iPod or something like that? What's she doing?
Are they both writing?
Yes.
Looks like they're scheming. I mean, this is Donna running the Q&A portion. What are we... All right, I just gotta be patient. The defense is going somewhere. They're gonna make a good point. I am waiting. I just gotta be patient. All right, everyone's just running at this point. It's like a fucking creative class right now. Donna's running her death note. If Donna's running her death note, you know Georgia Kappelman is written all over. Georgia. Hi, everyone's, they're still writing. We're all just, I wonder what they're watching on TV. Damn, man, those beds do not look comfortable at all. I feel like I'm watching the Squid Games or something. Got little bunk beds. Alright, they're still writing. Mr. Zellman, how does this help your case? Your client is writing a lot right now. In a notebook looking thing. Is this the part where Donna was supposed to write, and then Drina was supposed to copy it, and then read it in her own note, read it in her own handwriting. They were watching reruns of Charlie's Trial. Oh no. Oh really? In the US, Uncle Ben's was renamed as Ben's Choice? Really? I'll keep an eye out when I go to the grocery store. I did not know that. Alright, Drina's still writing. Donna's still writing. Everyone's just chilling, man. On their iPads, watching TV. On their bunkie bed. Hanging out. Mr. Zellman, can we forward it a little bit? Please? Am I caught up with it? I'm gonna forward it just a little bit. Donna's at the bottom of the notebook at this point. She's still writing. Oh, now they're talking. Drina's writing. Donna gives the paper over to Drina. Drina takes it.
4822, Mrs. Adelson handed Drina something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
Donna sits back down again. Talks to Drina. Gives the pen over to Drina, or the pencil. Don't know what kind of a writing utensil that is. Drina flips the page over. It looks like she's memorizing something. Dude, it looks like Donna gave the Q&A to Drina and Drina's reading it. Maybe they're just playing tic-tac-toe. Hey, Buddha brother.
Fast forward.
Oh shit, where did Donna go? Damn, she fucking teleported. Donna, where'd you go? Donna teleported off the mat. Oh no, she's coming back. She's coming back. Okay, she's sitting down right now.
51 minutes. It appeared that Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back.
They're playing footsies.
Back down.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Zellman. This better be some good shit. They're flipping pages. Drina's chatting away. Donna looks like she's leaning in, maybe. Zellman's trying to fast forward to a spot. We're almost done, I think. We got 20 more minutes.
Fast forward to 54 minutes.
Drina's writing. Donna's
It's still appear that
organizing.
they're both looking through the pages and discussing them.
It does.
Does this look like evidence that the state would have used? Not the defense. Drina's pointing at things. Don's going back to the other page. Drina's pointing. She's discussing. Oh man, hand on her head. She looks a little vexed. She's like, damn, I don't know if I can memorize this, Donna. There's a lot of stuff. I don't know, man. Extorted? There's a lot of things in here. Alright, Drina's picking up a pencil again. She's about to write. Donna's pointing. Donna's flipping. No? Oh, they're flipping pages? Okay, flipping pages. Flip, 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 flip. Should I zoom back in again? Flipping. Flip. Okay, now flipping. Reading the lines. Damn, flipping through a lot of pages. It's a long-ass pho recipe, man. Drina's like, what about this? What do you want me to do about this?
Now we're at 55:35. They're still both discussing something,
Something.
correct?
Correct.
We don't know what they're discussing.
Correct.
And they're both looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
Couldn't they just play this when Donna testified and have Donna explain what they were doing? Flipping pages. More pages. Drina's pointing out. Line by line. Flipping pages. Damn, that's a lot of pages. She's like, oh. I don't know what that means. Drina's reading. She's got her head tilted down a little bit.
59, 34, appears they're both still writing.
Correct.
And as with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
Got a little freeze. Oh gosh. I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit. Alright, Drina's rocking around. Jamming out to music or something. Donna's writing again. Drina's looking around. Oh, what's going on with the TV? Oh, she's back to writing. Back to memorizing. I just don't understand why Donna would be so dumb to write this all out. And then later on admit that it was her handwriting. Why would you do this, Donna? The best way to do it is to tell Drina and let her write it. Or just don't write it. Just have her memorize the story. And just quiz her on it verbally. That way, nothing's written down. What is this supposed to prove? That both women got together, they're both writing. I don't know. That Drina's more involved in it than she really initially testified to.
Or 1 hour, 1 minute, and 22
Because
seconds.
Donna's doing a lot of writing. I wasn't sure if the footage was going to show that Donna like barely writing. You know, like, oh, you know, it was mostly Drina that does all the writing. Donna only wrote like maybe like one word here and there or something, some bullshit like that. I don't know. I have no idea. That it wasn't all Donna? I mean, she said it was her handwriting on that notebook.
Seconds. Can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook. She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
I will give the state or the defense benefit of the doubt, and maybe at the end of this footage, she'll be like, boom, bam, bada bing, bada boom, and we'll be like, oh my gosh, Mr. Zellman, I didn't even notice that. Wow, I totally agree with you, Mr. Zellman. Where are the washing machines that attack Donna? Oh, the state has footage of that actually. They got footage of that. I don't know if they have footage of the exact time when Donna ran to the washing machines, but they do have footage of the laundry machine area.
This review of this surveillance video, does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Someone's stretching. Oh, that looks like a good stretch. All right, me too. Oh, it's a good stretch. That back hurt.
Can we get the lights, please?
Oh, is this the defense's laptop? Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm nosy. What's he got on here? Mozilla, all right. Zoom. Jury selection PowerPoint, okay. Katie, employee. McBanoa, Katie. Plea acknowledgement. Jury veneer. All right. Christoph, Newland, Mary Hole. People involved in this case. Defense demo. Jury selection. All right. Got a little peaceful background here with the trees. Is that a bonsai tree? Is this Japan? Where is this? No, it's not Japan. It kind of looks like a bonsai tree, but the background, I don't know, unless it's like Okinawa in the mountains or something.
Can we get the lights, please?
All right. It was movie day in class today. It feels like when the substitute teacher puts on a movie for the class. Lol. I had a teacher that would show up to class, presumably either drunk or just really hungover, and she'd just be like, "Okay, guys, we're just gonna watch a movie." And it was a chemistry class. A fucking chemistry class. Just not good. Chemistry is tough. I know, right? Look, they're just chilling over there, Heather. But it probably gets really boring real quick, though. And yeah, those beds look horrible.
Do you recall recall the date that video was collected? I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before Ms. Adelson met with the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Day before Drina met with.
Detective, that's the day after Ms. Bernhardt told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Cross-examine.
What the fuck, Mr. Zellman? Why do we watch that video?
You may.
Okay, I don't know. I'm lost. Let's see. Let's get creative here. What was the defense trying to do? Let's think creatively. Give me a bit. Let me think of something. Aside from what we discussed earlier.
On the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relayed that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's a script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, geez. Just a reminder just how bad this whole thing was for Donna.
And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Ms. Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th tell you when this script was authored?
Class, we're gonna watch an episode of Breaking Bad today because of chemistry. I don't think Breaking Bad was out. No, Breaking Bad was not out when I was in high school. Reasonable doubt. Maybe they use a notebook regularly and it wasn't anything noteworthy. Perhaps it could be writing anything. So is that what we think it is? I could see that if Donna hasn't admitted that she wrote in the notebook. If Donna was like, I didn't write in the notebook. That wasn't my handwriting. That was me. Drina wrote that and she's trying to set me up. The most I can think of is like they're trying to show Drina helped concoct the story and wasn't a mere sock puppet. Which Orange New Black character would Donna most be? I haven't seen the TV show, actually. I think I tried watching one episode, and I was like, not for me. I heard it's really good, though, but yeah, I couldn't get into it.
By Mrs. Adelson.
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what you told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right, and so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And sorry, you guys were y'all were distracting me. Let's go back a little bit. Okay.
20th tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson.
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what she told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right, and so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And
So now I'm confused about my theory about earlier. Earlier, the defense and the state basically were able to elicit that Drina Bernhardt was someone that Dan Rashbaum was interested in before the trial number 1 was scheduled. So before September 2024. But it seems like this didn't happen until 3 months after that first trial was scheduled and was pushed out So I wonder if maybe Drina was in the talks of trying to get these women to falsely testify for her. Sorry, not Drina, Donna. Donna was in the talks of trying to get these women to testify for her. And then 3 months later was when she wanted to have it more solidified because she trusted the women and she wanted to have it written down so Drina could memorize it. I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, I still think it looks really bad for Donna.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No,
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? You
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes,
The kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Oh. Gotcha. Okay.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 5214.
Poor Georgia. I wonder what happened to her back. Did she go like skiing or something like that? I feel you, Georgia. Bad backs are tough. Damn, unlucky Donna.
The part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 5819,
Donna, what were you thinking? What were you thinking, Donna?
so we see
There
Ms.
goes Donna.
Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and
Donna's like, bathroom break.
we go to 104.
Not trying to get a UTI today.
We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
That's Trina right here.
Nothing further.
Donna's still writing.
Very direct examination.
Oh, jeez. I just don't think the video was good for the jury to see how much time Donna spent writing in that notebook. The notebook that's not hers, by the way. The notebook that's Drina's notebook. What the heck? What are we doing?
Detective, we know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Or Donna. Eat.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet, when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
Stretch.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
Oh. Stretch.
Defense will do the same, right?
Wait, what's going on today?
Please
Uh-oh.
approach.
I don't know. The law and crime chat is having a meltdown. I don't know why. Are they ending the day? Oh, shit. I don't know. Something's happening and they're not happy in the chat right now. Yeah, I'll let you guys see the chat. It's like, no, Why? Sigh. Wow. Early. What? Why? Boo. Recess. I had a feeling. What a letdown. The end of a meaningless day. What the hell? No. Wow. Question mark, question mark. Why? No. Oh, man. Let's see what happens. All right. Sidebar. Was the defense not prepared today? Oh, hey. Hey, Mr. Friend is still here. Aw. That's sweet. He's supporting her for the rest of the day. Yo, the other lady just dipped out and went to the airport. Was like, bye. Bye, bestie. Look at this guy. He's still here. I think him and Harvey are still friends.
Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for the trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person.
Oh, man. Well, let me tell y'all this. Early day for me. Yay! Yay! I'm happy. Sorry.
This case, once again,
that means I can go take a nap? What? I can go take a nappy?
Each other or any other person.
Oh, what's going on here? Hold on. Judge! Give me a second, Judge. I don't know why you're spinning.
This case, once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person.
Let me just go. Let's go to court TV.
And we will resume with testimony and the defense's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, it's working? Wait. What the heck is going on? Give me a second.
This case, once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person.
I don't know. Law and Crime is not happy with me. Okay, let's go to Court TV. Court TV.
Trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom.
Okay, Judge. All right, y'all. Let's talk about it together. All right, what do we have for the poll? 56 votes. Did you find the inmate's testimony credible? 50% said yes. 16% says nope. 25% somewhat. 19% or 9% not sure.
Report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Early release day. Yay! Thank you for watching with Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Long Crime is still spinning. Donna, how do you think today went? Because I am confused as to why the fuck that video was shown. To remind the jury just how involved you were in writing that notebook.
Tomorrow at 8:30, we will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. I wonder if the defense was just not prepared with their witness or something. Maybe someone was supposed to come in and testify and then they didn't show up, or some sort of scheduling issue. But I don't know, man. That admonition from the judge seems like it's directed. I mean, it's definitely directed at the defense, but it seems like it had something to do with right now.
That will be testifying.
Make sure you got your people here, okay, to testify. All right, 8:45.
In the morning, present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Present and ready, he says.
Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir. That was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe, her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We'll have what now? Hold on a second. He said, I'm going to blast the audio. Just give me a second. Warning for people wearing earbuds.
As I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10.
I don't, or something with the witnesses. What the fuck? Something about 10.
And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10.
Oh, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight leaves until 10.
We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We will have further discussions with her and get her here quickly as possible. I mean, what if there's no flight plan for her to come early tomorrow? It seems really last minute. You know what? Maybe Donna's like, fuck it, I'm not testifying. Never mind, guys. This looks really bad. I'm not testifying.
Recess.
All right, we're going to recess. Damn, the best he didn't even stay to the very end. All right, good. Well, what a very interesting day today. What a half day today. All right. Well, that was that. We started today with Donna Adelson's witnesses. Oh, that's right. The defense did do an argument for the judgment of acquittal. It was denied by the judge. So trial continues. We had Donna Adelson's best friend testified. We had Donna Adelson's other friend that testified. And they were the people that were saying that, oh, Donna was going to come back from Vietnam. You know, she had a bar mitzvah to go to. She'll be back. Don't worry about that. We had a digital forensics person testify as well. And honestly, I don't think her testimony was super consequential. There was like some points here and there, but essentially she was just saying that her report was more thorough than the state's, what's it called? Is it Detective Corbett? No, it's Deputy Corbett. No, Sergeant Corbett, I think. She said that her report was more thorough than Corbett's report because she filtered out everything that overlapped. It's not like he didn't know they overlapped. He said, hey, like some of these do overlap and they're here, just letting you guys know. But she says that like she filtered them all out. And again, the difference between her number and his number wasn't like really too much. I didn't think it was a super big deal. But again, the jury knows, again, they're like reminded that the calls between Donna and Charlie were a lot. They talked to each other a lot. A lot. They talked about some cell tower stuff, and she did make a point in direct examination that Donna's phone never connected to the cell tower that services Charlie's phone. But in cross-examination by the state, she did say that her cell phone did connect with a tower north and south of Charlie's tower. She doesn't disagree with that. And that there was a text message that was sent via iCloud, and it says, outside your house. So the state is saying that, well, doesn't that kind of say where she was? That's her location, even though there's no digital location for that. That's a big oof. Big oof. I would say like not really a strong start for the defense today. One of the friend was summoned to testify, to come back and testify, and to clarify if Donna called her, because the state asked the digital forensic person and was like, oh, can you go through Donna's phone call on July 18th? Did Donna call this number? Oh, she didn't? Huh. Because you know what? The friend testified saying that Donna called her and basically cried about Dan Markell being shot. Now, the friend was like, well, you know, we used Fiber and WhatsApp back then. And then Georgia was like, well, would you be surprised that WhatsApp didn't have voice calling until 2015? And she's like, okay, well, it was Fiber then. So it could be, or Fiber or Viber. I don't know what it's called. Again, another friend testifies saying that Donna was in distraught, and it was his suggestion to do a one-way ticket because it was cheaper. Also his suggestion of doing a 90-day visa because they didn't know when they were going to come back. What else was there? We had some private investigators that testified. They interviewed Patricia Bird, who was the first inmate that testified. Let's see. Then there was honestly, the realtor guy, I'm a little confused about his testimony. He testified for the defense saying that he was contacted by Dan to see homes in Tallahassee in November 2011. He was looking for homes for Harvey and Donna. Dan and Wendy were there. Donna was there. Harvey was there. The boys were there. And he didn't actually sell them a home, but he referred them to this other realtor. In cross-examination, I think. Yeah, cross-examination. Oh, I wrote redirect. Let me fix that. In cross-examination, he showed the house to Harvey and Donna at Dan's requests. They wanted more space. And, you know, I guess like more space for Harvey and Donna just in case, you know, they were to stay longer and visited Wendy, I guess. But Wendy and Dan were still together during this time. They weren't divorced until a year later. So I'm not really quite sure where the defense was going with that, because this was in 2011. I don't know. My guess was maybe he was trying to show that Harvey and Donna were cool with the family living in Tallahassee, and that Donna was potentially planning on moving to Tallahassee to be with Wendy and the kids, or, you know, that she was cool with going back and forth between the two of them because they would have a home to stay in. I don't know. Maybe that's where we're going. And then we had a deputy that testified that just shows the footage of the jailhouse inmate and Donna running the notebook. And honestly, I'm a little confused why that was shown, because it just shows the jury how much Donna was writing in Drina's pink notebook. It was about like an hour or 20 minutes long. I don't know. And yeah, a little confused today. There are some points here and there. You know, the defense is trying. I think the evidence is just really bad against Donna, and that Donna has, by her own actions, really fucked up her case. So I think the defense is trying to do their best to navigate through everything. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a strong day for the defense for me. And then we ended the court early because I guess one of the witnesses is not here and available to testify. So they'll resume tomorrow on day number 8. I don't know if they're still on track to be done September 5th, but they did say that if they're not done this Friday, September 5th, it'll go to next, maybe like Monday or Tuesday next week. So we'll see. But I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm looking forward to Donna Adelson's testimony, but maybe she'll change her mind and not testify. Oh no, maybe she'll just be like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not testifying. Maybe it could be like, what if the strategy is like, don't testify and then see if she does get a guilty verdict. If she does, then just hopefully somehow appeal for a new trial. And, you know, there's always something that the appeal team will pick at to fight for a new trial. And then maybe then Donna, you know, wouldn't want this testimony to be used against her. I don't fucking know. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Go outside, get some fresh air. I am going to, I'm actually not going to nap because I'm not tired, but I'm going to just edit, I guess, the recap for today. And I will see you guys. If you guys haven't seen the other recaps for the other days, we did do a recap on the previous trial days. So if you guys are not caught up, or there's some days that you're kind of like, you know, snoozing in and out a little bit, we do have recaps for you guys. Feel free to go check it out. And if you have the recaps played at a faster speed, then you'll be finished with it faster. But I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys have a good one. I hope y'all take care. I will see everyone tomorrow bright and early, and hopefully the defense team will have some witnesses that can testify for us tomorrow. And then we can end the trial maybe by this week, which would be great. Bye, Jen. Bye, Planet. Bye, Brian, Karen, Rain, Lassie, I think. Sarah, Rachel, you're welcome. Thank you. Why did the agent look so confused when he was asking about whose testimony he is relying on? Oh, did he look confused? Maybe I was too busy taking notes. Peace out. Yeah, I'm hot. It's hot up here. I think it's like, is it 9 degrees again? Oh, God. I feel like it's so hot outside. I'm so tired of this heat. I want it to be 60s or 70s or something like that. I hate this weather. It's so hot. Just want to take my dogs out. All right, guys. Take care, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And keep an eye out for the next video that's going to be coming out today, recapping today's trial. All right, guys. I'll see you. Bye. I will see you.